Yay. Yay. Oh. Oh, what's going on, Ronnie? How you doing, brother? All right. Let us get moving. Oh, man. I don't know what the hell I did to my rib cage last night. I think my mattress is just worn out, so I slept on some spring or something. Oh, well, I can't see shit up here. All these people parked so you can't see a damn thing. I just have to nudge out and hope for the best. All right, we're nudging. We are nudging. On a sunny but cold day. Tonight shall be very, very cold. Hey Judith, how are you? Quit this. You didn't catch your. I don't know what that says. Catch your own fare for the crab feed. Well, you know, the good news is I took that shit back to Costco at about 10:38 a.m. this morning and got my credit card refunded for that crap. So look at it this way. How you doing, Kelly? Look at it this way. I got a free ass crab. I ate one, returned the package. They gave me credit for the whole package. Like, who's sorry now, baby? Who's sorry now? All right. Okay, so happy Sunday, everybody. Head down to warm up with a cup of coffee. Oh, it was cold this morning, and that fog was out there too, which was, man, it was, what was it, 49 degrees in the house. So we warmed up to a balmy 55 inside. So welcome in, everybody. Happy Sunday. I think it's the 29th, maybe 28th. I don't know what today is. I don't know how long a mattress is supposed to last. I've had this one at least, shit, I don't know, 12 years. Is that a lot? I don't know. I just rotated it today. I just turned it. I said maybe I just caused some hard springy thing to come up. Right, let's see if we can take out a kid here. All right, here we go. Okay, it's Sunday the 28th. Thank you. We need to get chicken pieces out. Catch our own. Well, that's on the agenda. Why would you think that the carton was empty that I took in? Wow. We are Santa's elves. Oh, man. All right. Hey, Angus Kisses, how are you? It's like Dr. Frankenstein is here. Alan Gentry, nice to see you. And Ronnie, Naomi. Who else we got? I think that's about it. We got Judith here. A Keurig in the van. Yeah, I don't know. Those Keurigs, seems like those Keurigs are always kind of breaking down. I don't know. I got my new Under Armour hoodie on from the Boss and Janet. Very nice. Very, very nice build quality. So I appreciate that. Oh, man. Oh. I was throwing out some stuff at the Rancho today. Got to make some soup for the next week or two tonight. Tomorrow, I hope to cut the grass. I finished editing and uploading the night in Vegas with Mary Ellen and Sam. They're always a lot of fun to hang out with. Mary Ellen's really a live wire. Oh, yeah, this the Under Armour's nice build quality here, so I'm pretty happy. Actually, I'm very happy because these things ain't cheap. They ain't cheap. Oh boy. So I think we might go up the road today. I'm not sure. Looks like somebody got evicted there. Somebody's crap's out on the sidewalk. Yeah, so I got up this morning. I carefully packaged that one rotten crab, and I wrapped it in plastic wrap so it wouldn't be stinking, and then I carried it in a plastic bag. So I went up to the return area, and you know, I didn't even have the receipt. I threw the receipt away in the trash can. But because I did use the credit card, they looked it up and it came up, and yeah, just no questions asked. Popped it right back on the card. So yeah, I had one free crab last night. I figure it wasn't really free because I had to go through the effort of, you know, driving back over there and parking and schlepping into the lugging it into the store. But you know, I like Costco's got a no questions asked return policy, which is nice. So it's not often I have to return things, but that was, yeah, that was kind of weak, because that crab that they caught had just molted and just changed its shell. So it had what we call a paper shell, so it wasn't really filled out with any meat inside of it. And I knew the strategy was to take one good crab and one weak crab and package them together, and get rid of the weak crabs and throw the whole deal on a special. But anybody that knows crab ain't gonna eat a crab like that. So tonight I've got to make up some soup. I didn't pre-make any pasta, so I gotta have that ready to go tonight. Look like a big, we got the Niners kicking off in a bit. And if they win, they'll have home field advantage to the playoffs. The Browns beat the Steelers today, which means, well, it all comes down to one game for the Ravens and Steelers to see who wins the division and who goes to the dance coming up for all the marbles next week, and they'll probably flex that to Sunday night. That'll probably be the most watched game of the season because there's absolutely no love lost between these two teams that are dreaded enemies in the AFC. Mom's making dinner. Nice. So it was a good defensive effort by the Browns today. Mom making stew for Din. It's winter time. I love to have. It's the only compensation in the morning when I get up and it's cold and I finish my morning activities. To know I got some nice soup to settle down to. Makes it wow. This car just almost turned right into those people. Okay, so this girl's walking around in a crop top like it's June. Looks like there's a little activity down here. Yeah, hey Mystery, how are you? Nice to see you. I don't know if I've seen you since Christmas. I don't know. I hope you had a good one. These days between Christmas and New Year's, it's very easy to lose track of what day it is. I think this is the last week of 2025. Did you find yourself? I found a pair that I know I bought before, and I unboxed them and decided to wear them tonight because it's kind of a signature look for me, and it seems the chicks like it, so I put them on today. So I'm liking them. Chaos Soup. Elmer, I told everyone I worry about you, dude. I don't know. I have real concerns. All right, here we go. All right, let's get this baby parked. So that's kind of cool that the way the whole NFL season comes down to one game, the last game of the year. Sometimes a lot of people think all this stuff is fixed. Like the NFL wanted it to be this way at the end, so they would have massive ratings for a Sunday night football game in Pittsburgh or whatever. Okay, so welcome in everybody. Glad to see everybody. Woke up this morning, it was cold and there was fog and there was like frosted everything. Like a foggy frost this morning, but it was ripping cold out there this morning. I'll tell you. So I gave the cats some extra food today. Panthers lost. Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere in the postseason. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to be their year this year out there. And then I turned my attention to, that's how I found these glasses again. I knew I had a secondary pair. They were up on the shelf. So I'm taking the chance as the new year gets close here, I'm starting to get rid of stuff. Rosie, read what I typed. Let's see. How you doing, Corky? Hong Kong just opened silver up $6 and what is that? $5? Yeah, $6.30. $36.30. I've had some more thoughts on that, Corky. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's choreographed or staged or not. I don't know. It rains any harder Buffalo, they're going to need a boat out there to play football. The worst thing about Buffalo is it's not going to stay above freezing for long. When that cold wave comes in, and it's going to make everybody feel like they're frozen to death up there. Look at silver mining stock. Yeah, ice. I don't know, Elmer. Ice cream soup. I've had some other thoughts about silver, like Corky was talking about, and J.P. Morgan paid a $900 million fine, almost $1 billion fine years ago. It was just quiet. It wasn't really heavy in the news for manipulating the silver market in particular. And it didn't get a lot of attention at that time, which was kind of strange. But they were able to, what they call spoof trades, make pretend that they were going to, put the word out that they were going to unload a massive amount of contracts to sell silver and keep the market depressed. But they built up so much confidence over the years playing this game that we got to a point now where there's like 300 contracts to sell that they let go, meaning they're short. They have to deliver that stuff. 300 contracts for every contract of physical silver that's available. So it's a very, very strange situation, and it seems like somebody's going to lose a lot of money somewhere in the system. Somebody's really going to be fucked on this thing. Somebody's on the wrong side of these trades, and they already went to the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and begged them, do what you can to get us out of this situation. So the Commodity Futures Trading Commission upped the margin requirements for silver contract, figuring, well, if it worked in 1980 and it busted the Hunt Brothers corner, it'll work this time. No, it had the reverse effect, because it tipped their hand that some big money interest is in really, really serious trouble out here. And I'm not going to get too technically complicated. 52-week low, 20. Yeah, we're at $80. We'll probably open up $4 or $5 higher an ounce tomorrow. So who knows what the true price of silver is? I mean, think about that. If something was when you're a custodian, Corky, and you know what the actual physical silver is, and you know what the COMEX warehouse supplies for silver are, the Commodity Exchange of New York, you have some pretty valuable inside information that you can muck around a bit. Okay, and I think J.P. Morgan, the traders, said, you know what, we're just going to muck around a little bit and have some fun. And we're just going to take the cream off this market. We're just going to keep selling these contracts. It was all rigged. But the problem is that stuff went on so many years that who knows what the true price of silver should be. And that's what's happening right now, is the market's trying to discover the true value now of what an ounce of silver is. That's the real deal. Because remember, 1965, it all started, the federal government's hatred of silver started really in 1965. That was the first year that they made the copper, nickel, quarters, dimes, and half dollars. And President Johnson said, if you have an idea that you're going to start withdrawing the silver coinage from our nation's circulating supply, you better think again, because we have, hundreds of millions of ounces that can keep the price lid on silver. And that worked for a very long period of time. But people were smart. They said to themselves, gee, which is more valuable, a silver coin or a copper nickel coin? So slowly but surely, Gresham's law went to work, and the good money was chased out of the system by the bad shit. So that was it. And Gorky sits under the silver lithium technology. Yeah, that too. But I'm just saying, suppose a market has been manipulated for 70 years, and then all of a sudden the manipulators get caught with their pants down. They go through every type of process, political pressure, leverage that they can go through to extricate themselves from this glue trap. And they can't do it because now China has the big bet running around, right? China's got the big bet. You were looking thin. No, I'm just looking fine. Looking fine. I'm feeling really good. Yeah, there's new tech uses for silver every day. But anyway, now we're in this uncharted water where we don't know what the hell the price of silver should be. If the traditional ratio held to, it would be 32 ounces of silver equals 1 ounce of gold. If it was to be at that level, I don't know. We'd be talking about shit. I don't even know. Anyway, it's a very interesting situation, and I think a lot of people stand to lose a lot of money coming up. A lot of money coming up. So stand by. If you have sold short 300 contracts for every real contract of silver that's physical silver that's available, you got a big problem. You got a big problem. Yeah, Corky's like, I'd make millions on that. So what they never figured on was China getting into the game. And, China just saying we're not going to export any silver in 2026, just tighten the noose around the neck of these people. It's like, well, shit, where are we going to get this physical silver to deliver against these contracts? That herbal essence and getting to make my ears. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Naomi. That's awesome. So it was a Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas for you. So as near as I can figure, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the true price should be for an ounce of silver anymore because it was held down for so long. And, who knows? Maybe Corky has an idea, but I don't. Obviously, I think we're going to touch $100 an ounce, that's some serious money, man. Considering it was $5.20 an ounce back in like 1995 or something. The geologic ratio is 6.9 to 1. Yeah, the traditional United States valuation when we were on the gold standard, and we had a lot of mines come in from Nevada. The Comstock mine and other ones produced billions in silver. Williams Jennings Bryan, the great orator, wanted to have silver be part of the U.S. monetary system. So they had like a gentleman's agreement. They would fix it at like 32 ounces of silver per ounce of gold or something like that. His famous speech of we will not be nailed to a cross of gold. Remember the late night call to the Fed Saturday night? Yeah, I think it probably is, Panjay, because I don't know. Somebody's got to be on the hook for each individual contract is 5,000 ounces of silver. At the current time, that's almost $500,000 per contract. And somebody's got to really be getting ready to get a foot up their arse with this whole deal. How you doing? How you doing, Scott? It's nice to see you. Yeah, these people, of course, they're gonna turn to the politicians and the regulators to bail them out, just like they turned to the Commodity Future Trading Commission to crush the corner that the Hunt brothers tried to put on silver in 1979-80. It just exploded the corner. That was it. It busted it. That was done. So that's the kind of games that that's the kind of games they'll play to protect their buddies, but it's not working this time because now we're truly in a global market for silver, and the wild card they never figured on was China. And as much as we're doing here, consumption is much, much, much higher over there. Uh, Having that metal artificially depressed for so many years constrained mine production. It wasn't economically feasible to mine it. So as Corky said, it was just a byproduct of copper mining and gold mining or whatever. So nobody really cared too much about it. So there wasn't any big push to open mines. I mean, we had Hecla Mines and Pan American Silver and Newmont Mining. They're the three big ones that come to. We used to have Homestake Mining, but a lot of them consolidated. Barrick Gold, a lot of them consolidated and disappeared over the years. So, and then if you want to try to start a mine, well, you can imagine the regulatory hurdles, the zoning board. Oh, hell no, the EPA. How are you going to extract the silver? Oh, we're going to use cyanide. Oh, shit, are you kidding me? What about the wilderness? You might fry an eagle or something in there. Ooh, right? Oh, no, bro. We're going to need an extensive environmental impact statement. We're going to need to have EPA studies, groundwater studies. The guys just say, you know what? You know what? Just forget it. Just forget it. I mean, if you can't do it in an open state like Nevada, you sure as hell can't do it in California here. I mean, there ain't no way. You have all the Audubon Society and all the wilderness people out there be on you like crazy. Eagle fries, you know what I mean, Smelly Cat, right? Had a silver and gold mine in Mexico. It was the biggest headache. My grandfather had a silver and gold mine. I can imagine the headaches in running a mine in a foreign country and having ownership in it. Kelly says, nice and smooth again. I'm not sure what that means, but nice to see you, Kelly. Mining is a very dirty business. So I'm not sure. We're in a very interesting situation here, and of course, just over the weekend, our United States debt topped $38 trillion, which puts us well over $1 trillion a year just of interest, which is larger than I think it's larger now than most other line items in the budget these days. So you're not really getting anything for that, because we already ate up all the corn that was in storage, and we borrowed corn. Now we have to replace the corn. Or one thing, but the local crime groups made it so damn only about the 2.5 billion. Yeah, you told me about the 2.5 billion that was sent to Ukraine. I'm still back on the smooth part, Kelly. For the size of Canada's economy, 2.5 billion, a billionaire, I don't know. We're living in a time now, Kelly, where we have the second Gilded Age here. And in a Gilded Age, people, there's a small contingent of people that are doing extraordinarily well in the country. A very small thin layer of icing on the cake is doing exceptionally well. They're sucking down like 75% of the 5% of the wealth, something like that. And the rest of the people are struggling to kind of, pay their bills. I mean, there's some friction. They still got their subscriptions to Peacock and Hulu and all, they're having their meals delivered, but they're paying. They can feel a little bit of friction in their lives, right? They're not comfortable. So what they start to do is you start to turn your attention to corporations and corporate greed, and you start to turn your attention to government greed and government taxation and things like that. That's what Gilded Ages inevitably turn into. Like I said before, the last Gilded Age in the 1890s, by 1900, 1901, 1902, when the tariffs were really biting, the McKinley tariffs were really biting. Then Teddy Roosevelt was elected into office, and the first thing he wanted to do was bust up the meat trust that was controlling all the meat industry, and the steel trust and Standard Oil and all that shit. I see the same thing kind of happening in the future. When will we get the crowd? We are dying. Judith, I put up a video on the Rosie Murphy channel. Oh, okay, Kelly. I'm a smoothie. I put that up on the Rosie Murphy channel. I hope to go out this week, but tomorrow I need to cut the grass and give a second spray on the fruit trees because we got rain coming back. Yeah, smoothie, that's me. Roosevelt, you are so fine, so fine. Anyway, you can see the people's angst. You can see the people's anger, the profits. As soon as the pandemic ended, one company dips their toe in the water and they decide to be adventurous and do a big price hike on their products, and they see that people continue to buy them. So the rest of the corporation just rushed in and raised prices too, and touched off a profit bonanza for these corporations. But now we have all this rationalization occurring where a lot of people in knowledge-based positions are losing their jobs now. And these are real rock solid consumers that go out and buy shit all the time, cars and clothing and vacations and restaurants, meals. And now they're a little bit nervous these days. So you're starting to chew up, you're starting to destroy your consuming base now, just like in 1929. Overproduction and the ability to consume was getting less and less as the 1920s went on. Soon recycling silver from electronics will be profitable for the time. Buy silver round. What's going on, Mark? There. I don't know. I think that we have to reach some type of price, what we call in economics, price equilibrium, where supply and demand kind of level off. We don't know where that point is in silver because it was so manipulated. People in here at $38 were telling people you should sell it now and take your profit. And when it crossed $50, other people were more vocal. You better get in there and sell, it's going to crash or whatever. Well, they're not understanding the story enough. They're just thinking about normal markets that get overhyped and over pumped up and on propaganda and news stories. This is a totally different story. This is a total news blackout. What the hell's going on? The guys at Barron's don't know what the hell's going on. The guys at the Wall Street Journal are taking a stab at it. CNBC is clueless as usual as what's going on. Gotta let the garden there's over one person hold all the chips. Yeah. Well, people won't tolerate it though, Doctor. People won't tolerate a company holding all the chips. And we're going to see that play out in 2026. When the midterm elections come in, there's a lot of pent up feeling of we're going to get you back. We're going to get you back, dude. Okay, your payback's coming, and you're going to see a lot of undoing, and you're going to see probably a gridlock Congress again, and we're going to see a lot more acrimony coming in 2026. Wiring, plumbing, towing, AC, and part absolutely nuts. Yeah. Well, look at copper at 551 a pound or something like that. I mean, what the hell? Mm. The problem is there's lousy substitutes for copper. I mean, aluminum is shit when you get into a saltwater type environment and stuff like that. I'm a plumber. I'm a plumber. You're a plumber. Plumber. Please hit that thumbs up on if history is any, wealth will continue to be accumulated by the wealthiest. Everything reaches a trigger point, though. By 1965, this is a result of the Great Depression and World War II and the Korean War. We had the most equitable distribution of wealth that we had going into the 1960s. We didn't have the attenuation of the corporation heads making 660 times the salary of a line worker and all that. They might make 35, 40 times. This stuff, this stuff has a way of curing itself. And it usually cures itself through politics, where people start, the AOCs get control of the House Finance Committee or the Consumer or whatever watchdog, and they start to tear into this shit and see, and no, this can't be. We have to pass laws against predatory pricing, and we're gonna have price controls, and a lot of stuff, a lot of shit. How you doing, Shimei? Sorry about the Steelers today. Not sorry. But see you in Pittsburgh Sunday. It's going to be the most watched game of the year. Santa Rosa Engine Company #1. There we go. So it's going to be a very interesting year. So, the stuff of working for benefits and SNAP benefits, and I'm sure they'll immediately try to undo all of that stuff so that you can try to get back to business as usual. All about that. My 10, 14, $10 grand. Yeah, it was cheap, Mark. There's also the fiscal stuff too, of the number of dollars that are floating around out there in the world, all over the world, in reserves and things like that. People start to get a little nervous. They look at that $38 trillion of debt and they start to wonder, I wonder how they're going to cover that over the coming years. I wonder where they're going to find the money. We've gone through the easy money now. We have gone through the easy money of foreign nations buying our debt. Now it's all internalized within our own system, and our system demands more of a return to put it on 401ks and pension plans and all that kind of stuff. I haven't been able to find the videos where Byrne lived. It's okay, Judith. It's not that compelling of content. The good old days of affordable going real good, not this electroplating's been around forever. I lived in China and I saw what real gold was, 24 karat. Yeah, it might be soft, But that was the real deal, man. They didn't do 10 carat, 14, 18 carat. No, hell no. They're not putting their money into uh, shit stuff. No way. Happy Kwanzaa, everybody. I hope everybody had a nice Kwanzaa. Yeah, 24 carat, 0.999, 0.999 fine. Same dopes that step up and buy overpriced diamonds all the time. Right? Go to the jeweler and pay 5 times the value of the 5 times the value of what you can resell the diamond for. Never pay retail. Never pay retail. A rock gold. Well, whatever the hell it is. Right. Obviously, if you ask me, there's an entirely new monetary system coming. And precious metals, it'll be a return to history. Precious metals will be the governor on the amount of money that can be printed. It's going to be a whole new world. And credit's going to be much harder to come by. The expansion of credit is going to be much more difficult. So, De Beers has vaults of diamonds uncut. Yeah, diamonds just are lousy. The synthetic diamonds pretty much laid waste to the diamond market. Yeah, cartels. Should we start applying for credit cards? LOL. I don't know. I don't know, Scottish. We're in uncharted. We have built a huge bubble in. When I think about 1982, when the stock market, you couldn't even give stocks away at that time. Couldn't even give them away. 6 times earnings, 5 times earnings. That stuff stuck to people like flypaper. You couldn't even sell it. And I think about today, where I look out here, and these people now are so greedy. And these costs for $1 of earnings is 5 and 6 times more people are willing to pay for $1 of earnings today. And there's no, it's a love affair. And I know that markets cycle. And I know that there's going to be a lot of disappointment coming up, especially all these people that think they're going to cash out and enjoy their 401ks and all that kind of stuff. That's just my opinion, as Ronnie will post here, but not everybody can get out the door, and same thing with houses and things. I'll just pass the house to the kid. Well, it's going to be hard if the kid is a barista at Starbucks, and you have a step up in basis of value of the house, and you're going to get a step up in basis of taxes, property taxes. The kid's going to be hard pressed to pay, $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 a year in property tax. And what did Corky say? They just said in Chicago they just ain't going to pay. That's it. We're just not paying. Right? You're not going to put it on our back. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, 4,500 or whatever. Rams and Patriots. I don't know. It's too unpredictable. You know, the Ravens and Patriots played fourth quarter. Ravens up 24-10, and their defense just goofs it up in the fourth quarter. Which team is really better? I don't know. What's up, Jim Rockford? You know, the referees cheat the Ravens in against Pittsburgh last game on the touchdown in the end zone. Which team is better? Yeah, Chicago. But the darkest horse of all, if they make it into playoffs, would be the Ravens this year, because they have all their injured people are coming back from early in the season now. I'd like to see a replay of the 2012 Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Ravens. Yeah, the old war horse from Baltimore, that's it, Corky. Making postum and maple syrup. Why do we have lions on? It's a tradition that the Lions play on Thanksgiving Day. I don't know. Why does Notre Dame play Navy at Thanksgiving time? It's tradition. Fight for old Notre Dame. Do, 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 do. So they'll probably put the Ravens and Steelers at prime time next Sunday. That'll probably end up being the most watched game of the season, because just the bitterness between these two teams is legendary. And Ravens are a much better road team than they are at home. It's going to be a big one. I hope that Tyler Huntley stays as quarterback. It's better than Lamar Jackson. And you got Derrick Henry, who rolled up 200 yards against the Packers in 4 touchdowns. He was moving through that Packers defense like it was Swiss cheese. I wouldn't want to try to tackle that guy. And the other good news, if you're a Ravens fan, is that what's his name? I don't know. Who's the guy that slapped the Lions fan in the seats? Metcalf. Yeah, Metcalf is out next week too, because he couldn't restrain himself and he slapped that Lions fan, so that cost him a 2-game suspension. The only place to get diamonds, if you want to get you get them for a good deal. You can go to LA. They have a huge jewelry district there. I did a video on it. You can go in there and cut your deal. Mazal. Never pay retail. You've got a friend in the diamond business, the Shane Company. No, you don't have a friend in the diamond business. Yeah, when athletes attack the audience, yeah. Well, he reached up and slapped some guy upside his head. And then yesterday, when the Ravens were playing in Packers, and Zay Flowers got a touchdown, he jumped up into the stands to high five some Ravens fan, and one of these cheeseheads slapped him down. The fan was so pissed off, he took a slap at him to push him down. What's going on, Cobra John? Let's see what the big deal was about diamonds in first. The big deal about diamonds was their uniqueness of being the hardest substance on planet Earth and beautiful when cut properly. But once they started making synthetic diamonds with high pressure, taking a piece of coal and pressurizing it till it became a diamond, it was kind of pretty much over. Plus, a lot of people, less people get married today, less people have engagement rings, and it's just a losing proposition these days. None of the diamonds hold their value, really. It's what we call a negative trend, a negative value trend. There's nothing scarce about the diamonds anymore. Yeah, ladies like diamonds. There are companies that will turn your ashes into diamonds after you die. Jeez. What the hell is this? These diamonds? Yeah, that's your mom. What? Yeah, we compressed we made her into a diamond. Oh shit, that's better than she was in real life, man. Shemai's like, I still have my third engagement ring. Yeah, that no count guy. Yeah, I like the look of emeralds, and I like the look of that blue stone and amethyst or whatever, more than I like the look of diamonds. Alexandrite stones. I like onyx too. Tanzanite. I like some opals too, are kind of cool looking. Little opal cadets. You can imagine why people covet gems. I used to like crack stones. I don't even know what the hell that is. I know what crack is. I know what stones are. Crack rocks? It was going to buy, if I was going to buy them, it would be cool. It would be cool because I couldn't hear, first of all, a couple years, and by the reason I would spend that kind of money at first. Well, it's the same reason you don't see people registering for China sets anymore, or silver flatware sets. It's gone with the wind. Nobody does that level of entertaining anymore. You might as well go back and pull out your electric lights and just refit it with gas jets for gas lighting in your home. Oh, I want my Royal Dalton. My mother had a nice set. I guess my sister got it. I don't know. They said, "What do you want anything?" I said, "There's nothing I want." I don't know what the hell I would get. Who knows? I don't know. Let's see if silver's up over $83. It was 81.60. Problem, MR, is we don't really know what the price of silver should be because it was artificially depressed for so many years. Who knows? You know, it would augur that we're due for a period of profit taking and consolidation here, but who in the hell knows? Yeah, on an inflation adjusted basis from 1965, I don't really know what it should be. I don't know. The profits were taken at 30, 50. Well, there's just not that much money. Like I said, I remember 1979, 1980 lines going out the door of coin dealers. And I remember people standing in line with silver trays and candlesticks and flatware. That wave is done. That wave is done. You got the Niners tonight. I think the Niners should take care of business tonight. The saving grace for the Niners is their defense. They probably have the best defense in the NFL. Now 45. I think it's higher than that. So it's hard. It's hard to put a valuation on silver. I mean, who in the hell knows? It's like Lyndon Johnson warned people. I remember like it was yesterday, in 1965. I was 7 years old, and my father came home and he said, "Look at this, look at this." And I looked at this. I looked at these quarters, and they had like copper color in the middle of them. And he's like, "This is the new coinage that's coming out." And I thought to myself, "Shit. Better start stacking that silver, man." There's a difference between silver and no. And the Lyndon Johnson comes out. If you think that you're going to just take advantage, you pull all the silver out of circulation and all that, we have enough silver to keep the price depressed. It'll never be profitable for you to pull silver coinage out. Well, a silver dollar, 4 quarters, 10 dimes, they all have like 0.72 ounces of silver. They have to amalgamate that with copper to be able to give it some durability to it. Otherwise, it would wear down pretty rapidly. Your dad was one smart cookie. No, he wasn't, because he didn't pull the silver out. Now you talk to Bobby. Bobby will tell you when he was working these milk routes and these guys, Bobby was doing commercial routes for milk. These guys that were doing retail and collecting money, they would get back to the Carnation plant, park their truck, bring their coins in, and then pull out the silver coins and replace them with copper nickel coins. Every day they'd get back and just pull that shit out of circulation, and they were the smart ones. What's going on, Monkey Boy? Yeah, and unfortunately, that's fixing at $35 an ounce. Killed this nation because it allowed other nations to buy our silver at that controlled price and build huge stockpiles for peanuts. And then one day they turned around, shit, what are we doing, man? We're just exporting gold like crazy. Yeah, because the price is too cheap, dude. So there's a lot of dynamics. Yeah, our gold was basically stolen. I mean, even though we still have the largest gold holdings, ostensibly, meaning in theory we do. In actual facts, who knows? So I don't know what silver's worth now. Probably a lot of these mines, Pan American Silver and Hecla Mining and Newmont, they've already sold their forward production probably for the next year or two. So where does new production come from? Who in the hell knows? Only Kuwait has more gold. Switzerland has more. No, Switzerland's not that big an economy. If they're holding gold for other people, not themselves. Funeral homes aren't making the money they used to either. Exactly. When's the last time you saw a big? I grew up, I would see funeral people were kicking off all the time, right? You see funeral processions with Cadillac hearses going down the street, and it's. I can't even tell you the last time I saw a hearse on active duty. Yeah, a lot of money came out of there though because the Swiss gave up on privacy laws when you remember you used to have Swiss secrecy, Swiss accounts, and all numbered accounts. And the United States would request to turn over the any holders that are United States citizens or whatever, and the Swiss would just. And then in the late 80s or something, early 90s, the U.S. got smart and it said, well, the UBS, Union Bank of Switzerland, and all these banks, it's like, you'd like having a banking license in the U.S.? Yeah, we do. It's great. Well, if you want to keep your licenses to bank in the United States, you'll turn over the names of those secret account holders. Man, they couldn't turn those names over fast enough. Here you go. So much for Swiss secrecy. So there was really no point of keeping anything in vaults in Switzerland anymore. And I know the Swiss are hurting because they're not selling near the volume of expensive watches that they used to sell. So much for Swiss banking secrecy. I don't really know if there's any place in the world that you can stash your money these days. I really don't know. Yeah, welcome to First Federal, Mr. Fring. The other thing that's going on is the amount of fraud is increasing dramatically in the financial system too. Spoofing of accounts. There's this guy, Gabriel Traveler, I follow. He's from Willits up the road there. He traveled all over the world. And he says somehow they were doing all these ATM withdrawals in Seoul, Korea and Serbia. And he's like, they don't even have my card. How you doing, Ma Rich? They don't even have my card. How are they able to go to an ATM machine and, get money out of an ATM? How are they able to make purchases at a store when they don't have the physical credit card I do? You can imagine the losses that the banks have to eat every year. Silver thumbs. I heard something about some Somalians that scammed a bunch of people. Did you hear about that? I know the only thing I know that I've heard, and I don't want to cast aspersions on anybody. The only thing I did hear about is there's potentially a major fraud in Minnesota that's being uncovered now, where Somalis were being signed up to benefits, like Somali children were presenting with, quote, autism, unquote, at like 2,000% of the rate of the general population in collecting benefits. And, there's a whole, there's a difference between people that want to migrate to your country because they love the America of legend or whatever. And there's other people that come here and apply for citizenship for benefits and freebies, and they get here and they can't hate this country enough as soon as possible. Big difference between the people that we used to take into this country and the people that we took in. Thank goodness that door is being shut now. For decades did that, yeah. Yeah, 9 billion in fraud. Yeah, it's going to be a big story in 2026. And right in the middle of it is going to be the governor up there, Tim Walz. Wherever there's freebies given out, there's going to be fraud, guaranteed. There's going to be fraud. Somebody's going to figure out a way to game the system, and it didn't take them long to figure out how to game the system up there. Now we need convictions. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I've heard. As far as what's factual and what's proven in a court of law, I'll defer to the justice system for that. I have no idea, but I'm just telling you what I heard about in the way of milking the system for benefits. And I don't think Minnesota is unique in that. I think you're going to find many, many, many states that were lavished with federal spending, especially during the pandemic, and didn't really know what to do with it. And now that that federal money is dried up, it's like they overexpanded their services, and now they've created yawning budget deficits here. Hey, Joni, how you doing? Yeah, NGOs, all that stuff. So, I don't know. You guys are smarter than I am in that regard. I don't know. You'd be surprised what you'd be willing to do to appease a voter base of constituents. I don't really know Somalis enough. I just know Mogadishu, and it's a terribly war-torn, impoverished nation. The government writes checks out of one with no tracking information, etc. Well, I'm going to say this, and I might get some dislike for it or whatever, but I'm a pretty honest person. I don't think former President Biden was really running his administration. I think his administration was kind of running him. And I think due to the laxness of the executive, now don't get it twisted. There's a lot of stuff that's being done on an executive level now that I don't like by President Trump. But I'm saying I think he pretty much had a stage managed presidency where other people were able to just put shit in front of him and have it signed, and pretty much do what the hell they wanted to do with the spending and the COVID and all that stuff. Now that's just I don't know. But I don't think his degree of mental acuity was very high. I think it was easy to, wear him down in the office of the presidency to the point where he would sign over more and more activities to staff and other people. Jill was calling it just having Mogadishu brings back horrible memories. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I'm using auto pen too. Don't let nobody a lot of brandy. Yeah, but I think Trump is more with it than Biden was. The more that comes out, the more books that are written, the more articles, the more you realize that this guy was just being run as the president. I got nothing against the man. He's battling cancer. I have a high regard for his years of service. What he had to endure because of his son. Yeah, they're not intended as financial, political. They're just opinions. That's all they are. But the more you hear and the more people write books and try to make money off of it, the more the story comes out about the way that the White House was run at that particular time. Corky's like, I use an auto pen. It's I don't know, Corky. Shit. I don't have an auto pen. So my guess would be that there was massive amounts of fraud committed in those years during the pandemic when that money was being dished out. I think the story's still to be written. I think there's going to be a lot that comes out. They're just getting their mitts into it right now, so it's going to take a while. We'll see. We'll see where the investigations go. I don't prejudge anybody. I just tell you that where there's money being spent carelessly, there's gonna be problems. There's gonna be big problems. Yeah, it's cold for California. It's 56 degrees. That's darn cold here. And it's going to be in the low 30s by morning. At least Jimmy Carter won't go down in the worst president of the United States. Take care, Mystery. Have a good night. Thanks for coming in. Well, there'll be an accounting coming up, Dr. Frankenstein. There'll be, you got some people hot on the trail of the story now that are going to be, yeah, you got some people on the case that are going to be tearing the covers off of this stuff. Taking a look at it. As far as if they'll find anything, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to say anything negative about the former president, Carter. I think he was, had a degree of decency and just made some very terrible decisions. But he certainly cared about people. Yeah, the weather up there, huh? And I like peanuts in this show. There you go, Milkman's kids. My memories of the Carter administration have to do with the time he was canoeing and the rabbit jumped into the canoe and freaked everybody out. The turn your thermostats lower, put a sweater on, the energy crisis was hitting. The helicopters that got sand into their gears landing in the desert in Iran. It was just a terrible, 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 terrible. Inflation was ripping along at that time. It was a terrible, terrible time. Drive 50, 55 miles an hour. Yeah, interest rates got up to, I don't know, 16% on treasury bonds. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, gas lines, the education turned to shit. That was the beginning of the end of the Baltimore City public school system. It was around 1974 when I was just going into high school. Yeah, cars sucked. The Cordoba with rich Corinthian leather, the Vega, the Pinto. Yeah, I was very happy about him getting a humanity. He was a great humanitarian, and his wife too. Like I said, excellent people, but I don't know. Otherwise, I don't really know. Oh, I don't know. I think America builds excellent cars these days. The 79 Corvette had 190 horsepower. Certainly nobody can, the popularity is, nobody's touched the Tesla electronic vehicle. Worldwide, the American pickup trucks. They're world class. Detroit was the first paved road. Davidson Freeway was the first highway. Yeah, a lot of that is turbo horsepower, which doesn't really convert the way it did in the old days. You know, it's like the three-cylinder Mustangs or whatever get 250 horsepower or whatever. What's up, Toodles? How you doing? Mercury Marquis, Montego. We had a 66 Ford Country Squire. Genuine imitation wood siding on it. My car is naturally aspirated 500 horsepower. My most favorite. Yeah, but I mean, you know, it comes a point, what do you do with all that horsepower? I mean, look at these crates. They won't even write insurance on the Hellcats anymore. Yeah, goat head. There you go, Toodles. Been goat head, and I tell people in the road, goat head, don't let me slow you down. It's the same thing that people are overly impressed with horsepower. Same thing about watts in audio. Oh, I got a 1,000-watt system. Dude, you don't even know what 1,000 watts are. Right? I show people the 1-watt tube amplifier, and they're like, dude, it fills the room. They're real smooth. They didn't handle like the ones nowadays. I like those GMC trucks, the pickups. I might have the truck back on January 11th. Might have the truck back again. Yeehaw. Yeehaw. It's like the 68 Mustang, that just became a pig. I mean, it just is, became bulbous and it became a gruesome vehicle. When you have Sunday, you don't need much power. The single watt is a beast. It really shows people the watts aren't everything. It's very overstated. It has more to do with it, like somebody said, more to do with impedance matching, distortion. My husband's truck is F350. Nobody needs. Oh, that's a cool. That's a signature vehicle, though. I mean, that's the biggest one they got. Here's somebody from Chimay, New Jersey here. He's got his Vanderbilt sticker on the back. I don't know. I think the 350 is a pretty cool vehicle. I don't see a lot of them. Just because they're top of the line. Very, very expensive, those 350s. There's a big push to drive, so everybody bought SUV and trucks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you're pulling something, I don't know, some people just want to have a signature vehicle. You know, think of how rarely you see a 350. 150s are a dime a dozen. 250s aren't that rare, but the 350s, holy crap. They're even more rare than Raptors. It's got that big Cummins 6.7 in it. Did it take practice to drive a 2025 Corvette? I don't know. I'll never be driving one. With turbo, make that mix. Well, look at cars these days. Make a 3-cylinder Mustang Eco boost. Makes sense to me. You're just tearing up your engine. Of course, they said, they've even admitted they don't build cars to go past 100,000 miles anymore. Hyundai, Kia say we build cars for 100,000 miles. That's it. That's it. It's like the, yeah, I like the Mazda 6 we have in the family. That's still around. 2008. A lot of motorheads want to buy that vehicle. That's got the V6 in it, and that thing hauls ass. That is a very, very desirable car for motorheads like to get their hands on that one. You got in a fight with, really, I don't even know who the hell you are, Tee Kelly. You'll own a bicycle and like it. I got a bicycle. I don't like it too much. I don't really, not much about a bicycle. Especially on these streets. Once I started getting out there and bicycling along, I did not like the lay of the land in terms of all the craziness of what was going on. Kelly, we're not talking about that. I don't know why you come in here and feel empowered to just, to bring up something like that. Don't bring that up in my chat. A Vegas YouTuber got into a fender bender, 30,000. Honey said the new cars are very sensitive with computers. Well, they would rather total a car out than to have go through a rebuild and have it be screwed up or something like that. I rented a Nissan anyway. I rented here's a person, they opened up another browser and came in. Get rid of that person. All right, they're gone. Nissan has one of the worst automated, right. I live in the country. Everyone has a truck. Yeah. You're around Cincinnati, aren't you? As I recall, somewhere in Ohio. Yeah, see how good my memory is? Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't really see that as a big truck place. I don't know. It's really hard to go south of Cincinnati, or you're in Kentucky, right? Or I mean, I'm not in the city. Yeah, I didn't think. Well, I'm going to have a truck back on the 11th, and that's going to be a good deal. I think so. Yeah, across the river, you're in Kentucky, so you really can't go much south of Cincinnati, right? I'm making a big pot of soup tonight. I have the Costco chicken I picked up yesterday. We're gonna debone that baby. we're going to cook up some pasta and we're going to get going. And we're going to make up a big pot of soup. Cincinnati had some great old bars back when I was in college. Yeah, that's a city I would like to go see. You can still buy a pickup with a natural aspirator. I doubt it. Hey, Robbie, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you. I hope things level out and you have a very smooth 2026. Robbie's always got his finger in the pie. He's always battling. That frying pan I got rescued from the road is doing great. It's doing beautiful. Cooked up last night. It was great. Super, super, super. On the run, lots of winos, gangs. I don't know. They're still waiting for their first Super Bowl victory, I think. Pure silver frying pan. I'm happy with the stainless steel. Very happy with the stainless. With that copper bottom is beautiful. Nothing burns. It is so nice. All this. I got that 2008 Mazda 6 is still around. That thing hauls ass. That thing is unbelievable. That's like a motorhead's dream car to get a hold of. Yeah, I think silver's pretty soft. You have to amalgam that with copper or nickel. Yeah, Mazda contacted me. We want you to do a video. You don't have to own the car, but do a video introducing the new Mazda. I don't know what the hell it was, and submit it, and we'll pick the best one of the submissions, and we'll pay $2,000 for it. I'm like, are you kidding me, dude? You think on spec I'm just gonna I'm gonna just love up a car I haven't even seen or have never ridden in? Are you kidding me? News said I have my irons, but the choices are saturating. I never get saturated with the van. I still keep rolling along. I'm waiting for that grand blowout, that grand end of the line. But it keeps trucking along. $147,400 miles. I think hybrids are the way to go. I was looking at the RAV4s, but they said the road noise is too loud in them. I already have that now. Boy, it was great. I gave it to my son, and he destroyed it. Isn't that the way of the world? Yeah, they've had some quality problems. Toyota, that's creeping into. It seems to be all car companies eventually get it. Although Honda's still motoring along. 21 is loud. Yeah, I've got a loud vehicle now. I don't want another loud vehicle. Yeah, this, what is that called? The CX5 Homura. Yeah, they want me to do to spec a video. There's just no way that I'm going to take my time and I'm going to lie about a vehicle that I've never seen, or it's amazing what people ask you to do. Or people will just pimp themselves out for nothing. Road noise and engine is loud. I'm glad it's my wife. Yeah, my next vehicle, I'd like it to be a quiet one. I've been rolling around in this tin can for 8 years. It'll be 9 years in July of 2026. Well, I don't mind the windows down noise. I'm just saying, when I ride along, and Mary Ellen and Sam, and I have that video uploaded, tagged, and everything's ready to go. I'll probably bring that out tomorrow. But I'm riding in a Infinity. Man, that is really nice. This with solar panels. The Lima truck mine is, the cabin is not quiet at all. That's why I say I think I'd rather have a passenger. I'd rather have a sedan, because everywhere I go in this, everybody's like, "Oh, damn, it's so loud, your van." Yeah, because it's a tin can. It's all metal sides. We have you can hear every single pebble. Way to go with the normal. There's also, yeah, I'm most interested in a hybrid. Would lean towards an Accord, but if I'm getting the truck back, that just it throws a different complexion on things. Yeah, the truck feels a lot safer than a car. Yeah, when I was coming back from LA and it was pouring going over the grapevine, and it was really white knuckle scary, and there was standing water on the trucks were just flying by. And turn it into an RV. Yeah, I don't want a shuttle bus. I don't know, Corky, if I have the I don't know if I have the the ambition to do a project. I've done van builds, rebuilds. I've taken 2 RVs and restored them and flipped them and sold them. I just don't know if I have the energy to do something like that. All right, take care, Alan. Needs to build that. Yeah, they're coming. The charging stations are coming. I just don't want to drive for 4 hours and then have to stop and charge, even on a supercharger and all that. I don't want to do that. You'd have to have, for electric to make the jump, you would have to have you'd have to have a real battery breakthrough there. I'm getting bushy. You'd have to have a dramatic breakthrough. Okay, so Toodles likes the bush. I traded in a new Tesla for my hybrid. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Electric cars have been around since the 1890s. Yeah, exactly. Fossil fuel powers the charging stations. It's energy can neither be created nor destroyed, right? It's just one form, and there's no free lunch out there, right? Solar, you think it's a free lunch, but the cost of solar and installation, and then you weigh it out over time. Uh, uh, So the only way I would have an electric, I would build my own charging station at home out of used components and shit. So it would be a cost-free setup, and then just plug in an electric vehicle that somebody gave me because they couldn't take it anymore. Here, Rosie, take this. Then I would have like a free ride. Yeah, because of the inconvenience of electric. If they had a battery breakthrough of 1,000 miles on a charge, that would be a different story. These used Teslas are hitting the market now, and they're selling them for $3,000-4,000. Why are they so cheap? Because you're going to pay $20,000 for the battery. Hey Aquarius, how you doing? It's a $20,000 battery. Honey, honey, honey. Phoo-wee. Mm-mm-mm. Yowza, yowza, yowza. Look at them folks like they're dancing on air. I don't have time to wait. Yeah, people don't want to put the time in, even if it's one of those quick charge stations. Good to see you, Aquarius. Energy is energy and energy, whether it's from steam, wood-fired boilers like a 1925 Doble steam car, or electric, gas combustion. It's all boils down to energy. Horse donkey, I don't know. Imagine, I have enough time, even when the rare person, these Mexicans, ride a horse through the neighborhood, it's taking a dump on the sidewalks and everything. There's quite a few in the neighborhood that still ride horses through, but I don't know if horses are real happy being on sidewalks and stuff. I should be telling these men they want to be responsible for updating the civilian power grids local to it. Mr. Good Citizen, the problem is they only think about the revenue and the wages, and they're not thinking about the power is somebody else's problem. And plus, a lot of these data centers are going to be redundant. They're going to be a bust anyway. This AI is so overblown with, a little AI goes a hell of a long way. I don't need 50 competing models of AI. And I've used a lot of them, ChatGPT and DeepSeek, and the best one is Gemini. For me, it's going to just end up like search. Right? That's it. Google search, AI powered. Yeah, you download ChatGPT, and then they're pestering you to upgrade. Gemini doesn't bother me at all. I can wear that thing down into the ground. I explored a little bit, see what it can do. I generate some thumbnails, and it's kind of interesting, but its information is sketchy sometimes. Like you ask what's going on with, so it's not AI is not an inductive thinker. It can only render information based on what it already knows. In other words, it can't close the circle of missing information. So I find it very deficient still. You ask what's causing silver to go up, and it doesn't talk about some of the things. It just talks about the usual vanilla bullshit. Shortage, blah blah, and it doesn't get into fiscal irresponsibility and a new monetary system. If I agree with a lot of conservative, it's only growing by leaps and bounds in terms of usage. Okay, clearly you're going to have a dominant AI that is going to cause everything else to fall by the wayside. They're all scraping the same data, mining the same shit on the internet. So, Toodles, did you see my videos on Tonopah, where we did ghost hunting at the Tonopah Cemetery? I don't think you're following the videos I'm putting up. People said our graveyard was some of the funniest shit they saw this year on. It might still be in its infancy, but if you expect it can move beyond the bounds of deductive reasoning, yeah. I've already seen the limitations of AI. Yeah, make an AI Rosie channel. It's so overhyped. It's so overbuilt out. These data centers will be a blight on the future. Yeah, there's a lot of good videos there, Toodles, that are in we just took a road trip from Vegas up to Tonopah. Great shit in the graveyard, great restaurant reviews, night walks around Tonopah. Classic YouTube shorts in there. We did a live stream from the lobby of the Mizpah Hotel. That was a lot of fun for the people that were still up late at night. Right, our college pay we don't need right now. Yeah, WW, and you know what? You're as insulting as ever. That's why nobody carries on a conversation with you, because you demur to the insulting. That's it. I don't know what the heck that was, Dr. Frankenstein. It was like the rings of Saturn just hanging in the air there. I didn't want to go up and go any closer, and I don't know what the hell it is. Yeah, we ate at the Western place. We ate at the stage uh, cafe, which was very institutional food. I don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it is. Plus, there was a wraith or something dark and a looked like a Batman cape that was flying across from left to right on the screen. That's what finally. That's what he finally saw. The weird donut thing. Yeah, the Tonopah was fun. I enjoyed the. I guess the highlight for me was the live stream we did from the lobby that night. It was like a Scooby Doo episode. Yeah, I don't know what it was. The whole place is just a freak show up there. It's a place where every single person died horribly. Yeah, they're doing okay. I saw them before I went down to on my travels early December. It's about 200. It's about a 4 hour haul up the road, but it's an easy haul. It's easy driving. Uh, but you're climbing in altitude the whole time, and you get to Tonopah and Goldfield. You're 6,000 feet elevation. So yeah, it gets cold at night. Just remember what everybody said when the internet came out. We had all those ISP, Internet Service Providers. We had AOL out there and some of the other ones that came along, and they've disappeared. You've got mail. Now, uh, internet browsers are just a commodity. Cryptids. There's a good chance I've driven through it before. I would have to look at the maps. Yeah, web crawler and it's web TV, AOL. It just became a cheap commodity. Ask Jeeves, exactly. It just became a cheap commodity. That's why I say you're looking at bust coming up here. Everybody's fishing in the same sea. And if you think that NVIDIA is going to be a profit for the future, well, you don't understand competition. When there's a tremendous profit to be made, there's a tremendous influx of competition that comes in to take advantage of and destroy the profitability of it. Nobody has a hammer lock on chip innovation. But it produced nothing exactly, Ma Rich. And we'll never produce anything. It's the same thing we went through with the biotech thing, about a million biotech companies out there. And not one of them ever became a Genentech or a Norsk Novo. You had a lot of wannabes out there that were running around. Oh, we're in stage 2 clinical trials, and all they're doing is hyping up the shit. NVIDIA graphics cards became the tool for all. Yeah, but there's companies nipping at the heels of NVIDIA. Certainly, the Chinese aren't standing still. Huawei is a powerhouse in chips now. Run. What do you think about BB and Mayo? Never had one before. I don't really eat peanut butter, and I rarely use mayo. Sold all his Nvidia stock not too long ago. I own Genentech, and then they went private. Now they're speaking about this stroke blocker. Yeah, they had TPA. Nothing ever stays profitable for long. The profitability is always destroyed out of something. The temptation is too great for competitors to come in mass and galore. Already Oracle's suffering from overinvestment into data centers and all that. Yeah, I'm not sure what that means, doctor. Take out your investment and play with your wings. That's it. I've been around long enough watching and being involved in investing since 1979, 1980. That's a long time, folks. That's 45 years. I've seen it all in 45. I have literally seen it all. And I am very versed in recognizing a bubble when I see a bubble. And right now you're in one of the biggest bubbles in history here. Yeah, but Gibson guitars, they're never going to have much. It's a boutique item. I would argue about years ahead. Yeah, I'm in the Vanguard Treasury Money Market Fund, pending the. I'm paying attention to the barometer here. You can't have precious metals exploding at the same time that equities. Something's got to give. And interest rates, I'm waiting for interest rates to break out of this flag consolidation they've been in 2 years and take the next leg up here, which I think is coming in 2026. When rap took over, it was predicted the guitar sales would plummet. I don't know. I don't know enough about guitar. Is just a niche instrument. I mean, they're cheap. Guitar's easy to play. Everybody fashions themselves the next himself or herself the next Taylor Swift. Pick up a guitar and moan about romance and everything else. Do they still make Martin guitars and PV? And it's just girls like guys who can play. Do you think the real estate market is a bubble in many hot markets? Let's just say that the carrying cost of real estate is extraordinary right now, with property taxes, insurance, mortgages. It's difficult. pick up a tight end. You look at Chicago. Do you think Chicago's a good market, especially in Garfield Park and those places where commercial real estate taxes have collapsed from commercial buildings, and now they need to make it up in private residential, and it's gotten so bad that people's property taxes have gone from 8-10,000 a year to 25,000 a year. And it's like Dr. Frankenstein said, they're not going to, people just, we're not going to pay it. Well, you're going to see that same phenomena played out in a lot of cities in America. A lot of cities. They're going to turn to homeowners, especially here in California, where we've been shielded by Proposition 13. And they're doing their damnedest to overturn that and to be able to put market rate real estate property taxes in place. Is that going to help the market here? No. It's gonna hurt the market tremendously here. All right, let's go make something. Damn, I must have had a spring in my bed last night. Yeah, it's tough to make money and also maintenance. And you have insurance companies that come around and say, hey, you know what, bro? If you don't replace your roof, we're not going to insure you next year. You live in a wildfire area, that gives us the license to make you pay exorbitant rates for insurance. Exorbitant rates. Flood zones, fire areas. Let's see what's going on around downtown. Yeah, look at Florida and what's going on with the condominium markets and shit there. Insurance companies, the values are so high, they no longer have the asset base to cover a hurricane. If it wasn't for General Re, which is an arm of Berkshire Hathaway, you wouldn't have a reinsurance market. Yeah, well, I think the General Re of Berkshire Hathaway is even bigger in this nation. You know, cars, look at how expensive cars are. Look at how expensive lawsuit settlements are. You even touch somebody else's car and they have major medical bills. Nobody wants a shop to rebuild or repair a car anymore. They just total it out. It's cheaper. Everybody's happy about higher house value. Oh, my house increased in value. They're not happy about the insurance they pay or the property taxes. Well, I'm damn lucky at the Rancho that we have Prop 13 in California that limits the property tax to 1% of the purchase price, plus whatever bonds and other stuff you willingly vote yourself. We're buried under all these school bonds because of this shitty school system here with the worst product. Oh, we need to build more schools. Now they have everybody's, we have a population bust. Now schools are being shut down. All those old condos, so many condos that are not properly reserved for maintenance and capital expenditures. So you buy one of these condos and you're immediately, they have to disclose to you there's a $150,000 special assessment that's being levied on it. Immediately you're going to pay that. So that's why you have condominiums that are selling for $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Yeah, nothing going on around here today. Yeah, you have leasehold condominiums in Hawaii that you can buy for $100,000. You don't own any part of the land, and your homeowners, so your monthly is $1,300, $1,400 a month. At that point, I would rather rent. I don't have the headaches of all of those expenses and shit. Get a $1,000 a month studio and call it good. So to me, the whole setup is just untenable now. People don't make the incomes to be able to afford these houses. Much less the upkeep and maintenance of them, and the taxes. Well, there's also the sense of flexibility that renting gives you, that if stuff hits the fan in a certain area, you can extract yourself from that area. Get to a certain age, you don't want to fiddle with maintenance and all that crap. just looks like it's getting harder and harder to make decent living for the average person. And everything is always run on the average. Yeah, convenience costs, but it's worth it, exactly. I'm going to be out cutting that grass again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't see a lot of downside with land, but these people that buy land out in the middle of Arizona and I'm off the grid or whatever, yeah, you're not going to be off the grid that long, dude. You know, they act like they got 10 acres in the high desert and they act like they've got something great up there. It's like, are you kidding me? You want to have power brought in, $10,000 a mile to bring that in. You want water, forget about it. Garbage pickup, and it's just a cruel joke that's played on these people. Meanwhile, their trailer they're living in or whatever just degrades year after year after year, their RV. So that, that fantasy of off-grid, all that stuff, you now see less and less people that are in the RV community actually out there in RVs and traveling and stuff. Young people have no interest in RVing. You know, they're struggling to work 2 and 3 jobs to pay their to survive. Yeah, further out. I get you. I mean, I got it. I know what you're saying. I'm talking about these people that buy this scrub land and then pretend like they've got something of real value out there. Nature and climate are your enemy out there. They're not going to be changing in your lifetime. That same scrub land that met the pioneers in the 1840s is the same shit that's out there today. They think it's easy until they get out there and they start to lose their mind. Their health fails. Then what do? You don't make enough money to have a place to come back into civilization. You're too depleted. Nobody wants your land. We're not a society. We're not a society that's built for something like that. cats jump out. I mean, I just have to wonder how rationally people are thinking. You know, to live 180 miles from a hospital and medical facilities. That's just me, though. Every time I drive through the high desert of California and stuff, I think you can't survive out here long term. Yeah, that's nice, Blinky. Good for you, honey. Good for you. Small town living can be really nice. Yeah, cat catcher. Let's feed these, let's get some water boiling first. The house is going to be really cold. I threw out a lot of stuff today. Okay. Oh no. Where's Goliath? Look at Magic's very angry. He's built like a tank. Look at the size of him. He's built like a tank. There's Magic. Magic! Magic! Skywalker! All right, I got all new food. Let's get some water boiling here. Here, this kitchen, I don't have a lot of room. Hold on, you birds. I fed them more because it's cold. I've upped their calories. Oh, put them in your house. I'm like, put them in your house. So many people are excellent at telling other people what to do. Let me put this on here. I don't know if there's any score in a Niners game. Let's see. Come on, connect up. One thing I gotta do is use the restroom. Okay, let's make sure the volume is down. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button. We are way behind on thumbs up tonight. Yeah, please hit the Thumbs up on weird. All right, read that. Okay. All right, we got that boiling. All right. My new Under Armour. I think I'm going to change this. Yeah, it's a lot of cats, but at least I went to the effort in time and effort to get them spayed and neutered. Yeah, it sucks in life to always be the responsible person, doesn't it? The person that pays their bills. Yeah, that's the person that's generally hated today. A lot of people live in fantasy land. Yeah, it's a nice, it's a really nice. All right, let's get food for the beasts. So days like today, they're on the 3-meal plan. That is a lot of food. All right, there you go. That is a lot of food. Let me wash my hands. Looks like Zelensky. Oh, shit. enormous black cat was around today. Luckily, I saw it. Coming around to spread its seed. Yeah, what a shame. You won't be eating here, brother. Keep an eye on that food out there. All right. Let us get the show on the road. No, the rainy season might run all the way through mid-April. It could be short, it could be long. We just don't know. All right, we got the chicken. I weighed them out to get the heaviest one. I got the rotini. I'm going to take this, change out of this top now. I don't want to get grease all over this thing. Our lips are comfy, cozy, and do 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 do. Warm canned cat food will be there tomorrow. Oh, that's nice of you, Melody. Thank you. I bought a lot yesterday, but I appreciate that. Thank you. That's awful sweet of you. Really sweet of you. I bought another big bag of dried cat food and I have 120 cans of Frisbee. And I'm up their diet a little bit because of the cold weather. But they're very comfortable out there. They huddle together. They like the back porch. And when it's not raining, they like to be on the chairs out there. That's very sweet. Thank you, Melody. So we're going to cook this first, and then we'll put the pasta on the side. Yeah, I must have had like some hard spring in the mattress that I leaned on last night, so I flipped the whole bed around. Hey Tina, how are you? Hey Rosemary Lopez, how are you? Yeah, the canned cat food is appreciated. Thank you. Thank you very much. I had to take over responsibility for the cats. Like, I'm really glad I took the time to go through the hassle of spaying and neutering. It was a big job. the responsible thing to do. So feral cats don't generally last too long, especially around here. They get hit by cars and every week there's usually a cat that's flattened out in the street. Yeah, thank you very much, Melody. That's tremendous of you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good, Rosemary. Good to see you. So we got our big soup pot has been cleaned. And what I've been doing is I've been putting the whole pot into the, I removed one of the shelves that has a split shelf system. So I removed the shelf on one side and I can put the whole pot in there. And it keeps it very nice. I don't have that much stuff I buy. My diet is exceedingly simple. Tonight I'm going to take a couple pork chops and cook them up. Seven to 7. I'm not sure who they're playing tonight. Alan Gentry went out to watch the game. I like to keep my beautiful Fisher Paykel restaurant stove in good condition. Yeah, I got carrots and I got garlic and onions, so they're all coming. Start warming up the carrots. You know I love carrots. I don't chop them up, I just put them in whole. I picked up some onions. First thing we got to do, we got to get this chicken taken apart. I like to have plenty of working room. Yes, thank you. Let's see. Ma Rich, I had no problem returning that crab at all today. I didn't even have the receipt. I had my credit card and my Costco card. They could look it up and see I bought it yesterday. They didn't ask me about it. I said this was rotten. They just immediately refunded, and that was that. Back on the card. Thank you, Delbert Grady. Yeah. Okay, we'll move this over here. We got good working surface over here now. We want to make this slightly al dente. Yeah, that's it right there. Because we want it to be able to absorb the broth. Put a little bit of olive oil in the bottom. Yeah, I got a pretty efficient kitchen. I mean, it's a very small galley type kitchen. So there's not a lot of room, for pots and pans. Creamer Joe's for, yeah, it's all that. Yeah, he just said it wasn't that good, that peach or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty funny episode. Alright, so we're going to coat this with the olive oil. Just so nothing sticks on it. Yeah. And then Jerry got banned for going down, trying to buy fruit more. Hey June. All right, that's ready to go. We're going to cover that up. All right. Okay, so here comes the chicken. We're going to sit this outside so that the cats can enjoy the fat on it. Love that. All right, now we got to process this. We got to process this $4.99 Costco chicken here. We're going to roll up our sleeves. We're going to get some more of this schmaltz. We're going to save this schmaltz. This stuff is like gold. Right into that pot. Oh, we dropped a piece there, that's okay. It's very slippery schmaltz. Alright. Like this wing got a little bit messed up. That's all right. Get all that meat out, get everything in a position where it's easy to dispatch the chicken. Which means remove the wing tips and all that. And get that ready to pull the meat off. Very easy. No, I don't cook the bones. I do cook the skin. I like to get rid of all the like to do the hardest, which is getting the legs and thighs taken off. And getting that all in position to be dealt with. Of course, they truss up their chicken. Yeah, there's a lot of meat. This is not as big a one. Some weeks, I've noticed the chickens are starting to go down in size a little bit. There's a leg. All right. We'll have that skin. Pull that leg off. Then we'll pull the thigh off. We'll pull the other thigh off. Remove this nasty ass backbone, and we've got a perfect breast to cut down there. Take a break and let that settle a minute, wash our hands. We're going to get a bowl out. Yeah, I got a refund on the return crab. I was over there at 10:38 a.m. today. Walked right up to the return. The woman just asked for my card. I told her that the crab was rotten. And she's like, no problem. All right, there's our bowl. Okay. Yeah, they just took it in. No, I didn't. No, I was happy to get my money back. Okay, let's get our knife out. And let's start to get this cut. This can be done very quickly. This is not hard to quickly dispatch a chicken. Get the meat off. And these bones are big enough that the cat can chew on them. Save them for tomorrow so I can observe the cats. Alright, so I'm doing the dark meat first. Just getting that all cut up. Costco, there was somebody that I was standing in line, some woman returned a carpet or something. She said she bought a year ago or something. It's like, what the hell? You know, they didn't blink an eye. They were just like, okay. You always can return. I don't know how long I don't know how long a policy like that will last. You know, but I figure, yeah, I got one crab for basically free, but I had to schlep it, I had to lug it back and all that, so stand in line, return it. And if it's part of their strategy to give one lousy crab and one good one, then they weren't surprised by coming back, in my opinion. Now we're working on the thigh. We can basically just pull this apart. Or some people like the dark meat because it's juicier to them. I guess so. I don't know. We'll save that for the cats. Some questionable stuff, we'll just put it aside for the cats. Little bit of the butt meat, all that. So this generally takes about 15 minutes or so. And this saves me all the trouble of having to bake my own chicken. And this is already pre-seasoned and flavored. So it's a really, really nice, good deal for me. And I could never do a chicken this cheap. That's the beauty of it. I mean, there's just some things that they're running chicken as a loss leader. Yeah, I'll take advantage of it. The crab was only bad in the sense that wasn't filled out. It had recently molted. So it was kind of an empty, it was filling up its shell, but it hadn't really started yet. So there was nothing there. There was no meat. So in that type of situation, it's just a bust. It's just a lousy crab. So I'm not gonna pay. I understand that it was on special for half price. I was happy about that, but I wasn't happy about the quality of crab that made it out there. So, I'm from Maryland. You're not going to tell me anything about a crab. All right. Okay. There we go. We got all of the dark meat now processed. How you doing, Monica? The fueled chicken roll is $7.90 exactly, Boy Blue. So why do I need to reinvent the wheel? Well, I don't have to. Now we're just going to pull this whole breast section right off of here. And we have a beautifully field stripped chicken here. And yeah, I'll peck at it tomorrow for the cats. All right. And there's one side of it. And then we'll take off this on the other side. Get your fingers right down. Take it right off just like that. So easy. Get it by the wishbone. Take that section off. That's beautiful. All right, we have one beautifully field stripped chicken. If you don't mind getting your hands in there a little bit. Now we just have to cut off the white meat, and we have enough for a big pot of soup here. That's the beauty of this. Oh, that's the beauty of this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a Costco roasted chicken. $4.99. There's no way I could cook and prepare a chicken for $4.99. Skin is delicious. Save some of that for the cats. Now all we have to do is cut this up. This soup is better than Campbell's because this, you can get what meat you want. This thing is just super loaded with meat. And you don't have to bust the bank. Yeah, it takes a little bit to separate the chicken. Big deal. We're not talking about rocket science. A lot of people, oh, I don't like to deal with the thighs and it's greasy. Just get your hands in and get committed. Get it done. Get it done. And you're going to have 2.5 pounds of really, really choice chicken here. It's not going to be the, what do they call that, printed chicken of meat of Campbell's or whatever that executive said, that crazy guy. I don't know. You know, who's surprised that they're using the lowest common denominator of meat that they can possibly use? Not me. Why would I be surprised? Their whole drive is to make it cheaper, 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 cheaper. All right. All right, just like that, we are done the chicken. All right, put that aside. Right there. Give my hand a really good wash now. I'm going to bag up all of these scraps for the cats, supplement their diets a little bit because, well, it's cold this week. And, a little supplemental nutrition never hurts, right? Yeah, good base for chicken salad, exactly. All right, there it is. We got some beautiful chicken. It's seasoned, it tastes good. Now we just have to do the onion and the garlic. We're going to get our better than bouillon out too. Somewhere up here. Here it is. Better than bouillon. That's a real good flavor enhancer to use. We'll use 2 tablespoons in this dish, and it will be it'll be amazing. It will be amazing. It's an excellent product. I love it. Okay, we can. We don't have to keep the carrots here. We add the whole bag. Put the whole bag in there. Let's get our onions and garlic out. Okay. Wow, what a mess that was. That was a mess. I'm going to use 4 onions. Here's the garlic. I like to use the peeled. Let's get 2 fresh ones out. We use 2 red and 2 yellow. That's a very good item to grow, is onions. All right. And you can make them rough chop, you can make them fine chop. This one, the beef, I like it rough chop. This will be a little finer chop on this. what that dark area is. We'll get rid of that. That's a little unsightly looking. I don't think Grocery Outlet has the best quality, but hell, what they charge for stuff these days is insane. For onions, and I wasn't crazy about the ones that I got at Costco either, to be perfectly honest with you. They're just putting the shittier onions in our food chain, and they're exporting the better ones, I believe. Two down, two to go. Watching a documentary in Britain, 1955, The Onion Men. They would grow their onions in this one area in France, and these onion guys would come and buy them, and they would cross the English Channel, ship their onions over, and sell them door to door in the UK. It was pretty wild that you could make a living doing something like that. And they would take these strung bundles of onions up to the doors, and you know, the housewives would be there or whatever, the restaurants. And pretty cool to think that you could make a living doing that. It's pretty wild. That time. And they would be there 6 months of the year selling that stuff. Pretty cool. Most we had was like the Fuller Brush man or the milkman that would deliver, and you'd have to pay him and all that crap. Till they started getting beaten up and robbed on the streets of Baltimore. That was the end of the milkman. They used to beat the hell out of him and take his money. Rob him of his shekels. That was it. Old Nickel-Town. Old Nickel-Town. Chargers 21, Bears. Do you mean the 49ers? 49ers? I thought the Chargers already played. They got beaten. These are a little finer chopped than these. Yeah, onions are good. They're a good flavor, Elmer. Is Elmer giving you a hard time? Yeah, onions are a treat. I couldn't imagine a soup without onions in them. It's like a must-have for soups and all that. But I suppose there's some people that don't like it. I'm not really much on them raw because, you know, I don't want people breathing on me with onion breath. go to the dentist, and the dentist has onion breath. Sometimes they make me tear up. We're doing a little bit of a finer chop on these. As opposed to the beef. The beef I like a rougher chop. Okay, there we go. All right. And we're gonna put these, get these into the pot here. Yeah, onions are a good backbone soup deal. Now we just have to do the garlic, salt, pepper. We have some Chardonnay we're going to work in here. We're going to put a little red wine, a little white rice wine vinegar in too. All right, the last thing we need to do is the, yeah, move that pot closer. It's okay, I got it. You know, I want to make sure you guys can see it when we begin cooking here. We're going to use 2 things of garlic here. Garlic, of course, is very optional. Some people don't want it, some people do. I try to get the pre-peeled, the peeled garlic. It's a lot easier for me to deal with. I don't like to spend my time busting cloves and all that. Let somebody else do the work. It's not that expensive either. No doubt it's from China, but what isn't these days? Okay, so we're going to chop that down. We used to have Gilroy, California, the garlic capital of the world. China, they would have two cleavers going at the same time. That's pretty well dispatched right there. And believe it or not, most of our prep work is now done. I love this big. Sometimes it's a pain in the ass to have such a big cutting board, and sometimes I'm really glad I have it. I'll just let that sit there till tomorrow and it's all dry. The blade's about to smell. Okay. right, let's get plenty of olive oil in this baby. No potatoes, nope. Nope. Not with pasta. Here we go. We're using Frantoia, which is Italian. Okay, and don't be afraid to use it. This is a big batch of soup. All right. Now we're going to fire the heat to this. We're going to get our wooden spoon out. Yeah, it's a very high end. I wanted it because I was making that restaurant spaghetti. I'm going to get my white wine here. Normally I would use a Sauterne, but I have a Chenin Blanc or a Sauterne, but I have a Chardonnay here, so. Just throws. Do you understand how good my cooking is, Naomi? You know, throwing things in a pot, that's, no, I don't just throw things in a pot. Yeah, not a mix of crapola, exactly. Exactly. It's very hard to find single source these days. It's all like a cruel joke. All right, we're going to let that go. The onions will start to release their juices. We have a pretty, we don't have a rough cut on the, yeah, the recipes always turn out. I've never had anybody ever complain about anything I ever cook. We have our pasta on the side. I'm going to go get our broth now. That's another huge time waster is people that make their own broth. Oh yeah. Yes, yes, yes. The smell on that is just divine. Just divine. And I want to put a dash of cayenne in. Okay, just a dash. I want to put a good bolt of black pepper. Yeah. You don't need much salt. This is the end of this container here. But we do have salt. We have the rice wine vinegar that deepens the flavor. Man, that's smelling so good right now. Oh yeah. We're softening overnight these. This sits on the stove tonight, with the heat turned off after it hits a boil. Those carrots will get delightfully soft. Right, we need, let's see here. Pardon my butt. Let's see. we're going to put some Italian seasoning in here too. Really makes it nice. All right, not a lot. Not a lot. Just to give a background note. Okay, that's already working down real good. Yeah, choose me, Melody. I'm a lot of fun. You might get tired of how much I talk, but, you know, that's why they invented duct tape. What the boss always says, you never stop talking. That's why I'm the person you want at a party and everything, right? The person that keeps the convo going. Please hit the thumbs up button. We're way behind in there. No, I don't freeze it. I just refrigerate it until I use it over the next week to 10 days. It's a full-bodied soup. We're sweating the onions and the garlic down here. Yeah, the boss would lock me up. I can't tell you how good this smells right now. The smell is wunderbar. Wunderbar. I love oregano and basil. Welcome to St. Basil's. That's really coming along good now. Man, that's good. To really intensify the flavor, we want to add 2 big tablespoons of bettered-in bouillon. Okay. If you've ever used, this stuff is the bomb. That's going to really deepen the flavor. We're going to make sure everything gets coated really well. Yeah, that's looking beautiful in there. That is looking beautiful. Yeah, there's some salt in there. And I'm putting any butter in it. We don't need butter. We're good. I appreciate the thought, but we're in excellent condition right now. This is going to be a darn good batch. No, Ma Rich, we always pre-cook our pasta. If you try to cook pasta in the soup, it gets gummy and opaque, not very attractive looking. Always cook your pasta separately. Man, that smells good. We're not going to thicken this up. This is just the soup. Watching out for that big black cat. Alright, that's released a lot of juices and stuff down there. Now our next secret ingredient, rice wine vinegar. We're not frying anything, we're sauteing. We're building a soup stock down at the bottom. Oh, that's good. That is good. Good, good, good. Okay. We're adding our Chardonnay to get our flavor profile going. Now we want our chicken to start absorbing all of that goodness there. Man, it's a hearty soup for winter time. For year round, I don't eat cereals. All right. So all that stuff helps deepen the flavor in there, which is really nice. So we're going to let that go, but we want that chicken to start absorbing those flavors now. Believe it or not, we're almost done making the soup, so it's not a difficult thing. I think we've earned a Bush beer. Yeah, the Bears and the 49ers are the great in the NFC. Problem is, you never know which 49ers offense is going to be on the field, the good one or the shitty one. All right, that's beautiful. Man, the flavor profile on that is already amazing. No, cooking is a great thing. Great, great, great thing. I'm gonna let that bubble a bit. Oh, Pange, it is amazing. All the carrots have now picked up flavor. The onions. Have released their joy juice. All the onions are sweated down, the garlic, and the smell is just off the chain. So we're going to go a couple minutes just so all the chicken is coated. And if you wanted to stuff a pot pie, this would be a good thing to stuff it with. All right. Today, I'm going to add a little bit special. I'm going to put some peas in. Help empty out the freezer. They're going to kind of come out in a lump, but they'll kind of work down. We'll bury them a little bit. I consider peas optional, but they're nice in a chicken soup too. My dad was a 5-star chef. Nice. I don't really have celery. To me, and this is just my preference, I never thought celery added that much flavor. It adds a certain amount of crunch. I get that. We're going to let that melt a bit there. Yeah, peas. Spicy chicken. They would love it in Germany, Elmer. They would be screaming and hollering. they would be screaming and hollering. Yeah, those peas got a little frozen, you know. Let's try a piece of chicken. Delicious. All right. Yeah, good addition. Here comes our chicken broth. Last thing we do is put pasta in. Once we've reached up to a boil, we just put that in. And that's kind of al dente. So that'll actually get some flavor into it. Hey, Judy. Yeah, it's fun to clean out the, I've had those peas down there, and of course peas never go bad. I've had them down there for a long time. So this is a big pot of soup for 10 days to 2 weeks, something like that. If I'm gonna make it so it lasts. I'm not here lugging this thing around for my health. All right, one more. Zip saws in there. I got plenty of zip in this baby. Now all we need to do is bring this up to a boil so that everything melts, and then we cover it and leave it on the stove all night. Not turned on, but turned off. With the lid on, and it just becomes fantastic overnight. Let me throw this in the trash can. That blob is almost broken up with the peas. Isn't that looking good? That's starting to look like a good soup now. Yeah, broth, because I don't boil down the chicken bones and mess aside with all that crap. I don't need to reinvent the wheel, you know. I can never make chicken broth as good as Swanson. So, times being what they are, I get this stuff shipped in by the case, this broth, from Amazon. Believe it or not, it's cheaper. And they're the ones that have to lug it in. Not me. We're going to take our first test now. Our first taste test. And goodness sakes, don't be one of those people that never tests your food. That's good. I think when it gets up to temperature, it's going to release a little more heat, which is going to be good. We're not trying to make a hot chicken soup, but we want something that has a little bit of tingle. Yeah, I got gift cards too. I just used one tonight for 7-Eleven. Really enjoyed it. And I got sometime, I don't know if we ever see the mailman again in this decade, this year. There's supposed to be an in and out card from my younger daughter. Sent me. Yeah, I enjoy gift cards. Bass Pro Shop, heading there tomorrow. I'll tell you what, Ma Rich, we had a real shocker here. My local tackle shop, which was outdoor pro shop in Katati. Beautiful, big, gigantic floor space. Looks like they're going tits up. So I was lucky I was able to get my reels restrung, because if you saw the video on the Rosie Murphy channel of my last crabbing trip, there's all the line went rotten. All the braided line went rotten. So I learned a lesson on that, because I lost a very expensive snare, unfortunately. So I took the test down from 60 to 40-pound test to give me a little more distance out there casting. But that outdoor pro shop, man, you could get the bait you needed, weights, everything. It's just a shame. I don't know if as many people are just not crabbing this year, or they can't get the time off of work. Excuse me, or it's too expensive. I don't know. You know, people are just staying close to home and sticking close to their job. Maybe they're fearing AI or something. I don't know. Something's a little different this year. Usually when crab season was underway, there'd be 1 million people out there. Pretty soon when these commercial guys get out there, they'll be scraping the bottom, man. There won't be much left. I've seen some Rosie, I've seen some incredible drone casting, yeah. Stop selling guns, ammo, bows. It's golf down and wonder why the parking lot is empty. Yeah, I don't know. Thank goodness for Bass Pro Shops, right? I don't know. We have a constitutional amendment, and you tell people if you don't like it, change it. And they get very offended. It's a beautiful store. It's an amazing store. And I went down there, I couldn't believe how empty the store was. And I asked the manager, I said, like, what's going on? It looks like the store's closing. And he's like, I don't know, I'm not the owner or whatever. No, but you're the manager. Dishonest people are really a pet peeve, so I just let it go. I didn't want to cause any embarrassment or anything, you know. I let it go. Well, they had to take out the fish because the guy took off his clothes and jumped into the tank, right? Somewhere in Alabama. Can you imagine how gross that would be to see that? You know, with his ding-a-ling flopping in the tank. I'm surprised nobody took a gun and just shot the dude. Yeah, you can thank that guy in Alabama that took his clothes off and jumped into the tank. Oh well, this is why we can't have nice things in this country anymore. So I say, anybody who tells me the future of this country is bright, oh no. No, 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 ladies and gentlemen. No, 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 no. All right, everybody looks happy outside. They look fat. They look fed. They're happy. got some extra treats. Now, I don't know whether it was or not, Ma. I'm just saying, who in the hell wants to see that? If I had like a shotgun, I probably would have blasted through the side of the tank and seen this guy come roaring out with the water down the floor. In Alabama today, a shooting at a Bass Pro Shop, an irate customer took offense to a man taking off his clothes and jumping into the fish tank. And that's the way it is. Let's go down to our reporter on the scene. Yeah, he was pretty upset, I think, when he saw the worm man jumping in. He just racked up a shotgun and just took a shot. Police have yet to identify that man, but locals are hailing him as a hero. Yeah, Aquaman, locals are hailing him as a hero for his effort to try to protect the public. Yeah, let's go down. I think Frank has a customer that was there. What did you see, ma'am? Oh, it was awful. This slob jumped in. He looked like a brute. My granddaughter's there. I don't need her to see that slob. Can you imagine with his wing wang? Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. She did not want to be identified by name, fearing retribution from local gangs. The Sun said Dick's Sporting Goods, 200 customers with concealed weapons drawn. Yeah, the wing wang there. Yeah, that ain't right, man. Being hailed as a local hero. It's doubtful if a jury will convict him for it. The prosecution has moved to move the site of the trial out of the county here. No, it's a jury by your peers. Being hailed as a local hero. You don't think that was an over response, ma'am? Are you kidding me? Look at me. All right, you want to see that thing flopping around in the Maybe you want to see it. Maybe you're one of those kind of guys. I don't know, but I don't need to see that statue out in front. Yeah, the fish had PTSD for sure. And that's the way it is. December 28th, 2026. I'm Walter Cronkite in New York. From all of us at CBS News, good night. Yeah, what the hell? I would have, what the hell? I might have picked up a rock or something. Here, I'll give you a ride, dude. So that was the end of the fish tanks at the Bass Pro Stops. They killed that. Thank you, my man. Oh, this is coming along real good. Let's have another taste here. Oh, damn, that tastes so good. Now remember, we're not going to add the pasta. This has to come up to a boil. Then we put the cover on it, we turn off the heat, and we push it to the back of the stove where it sits covered overnight, and magical things happen. It's the same way I make beef stew. You think I'm going to let that sit in a crock pot for hours so the potatoes break down and everything gets mushy? Hell no. My beef stew is legendary. This baby's loaded with meat. All kinds of good stuff. Look at that. Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things anymore. Yeah, it's lucky I didn't see it. I would have blown his nuts off, man. I seen something like that. Floating like lily pads. Yeah, big meats. Paul Harvey, news and commentary, brought to you by True Value Hardware. In every neighborhood, you'll find a True Value man. Now, Paul Harvey News. Hello, Americans. Stand by for news. East of the Rockies, call 1-800-244-2619. West of the Rockies, 1-800-363-4312. We'll be back with Coast to Coast. Yeah, there's a method. Those peas will settle down. They'll mix themselves in real good. I'm glad to have some peas in there. We're not noted for greens in our diets. Save those eyebrows. Yeah, it's like you're listening to them now. I thought the announcer was the best part of it. And now, the rest of the story. That was one copyright. His estate turned me down for using one of his stories in my book. So that's what I'm bogged down in right now is copyright stuff. Better to be safe than sorry. Better to be safe than sorry. You never move quickly when it comes to legal matters. You're welcome, Boy Blue. You are welcome. Let's have a call in. I'll keep quiet just now. Maybe we'll have a call in tomorrow night. I gotta still cook some dinner up tonight. I'm gonna have a couple pork chops. They say a watch pot never boils. We're gonna test that theory tonight. Do 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 do. Those peas are delightful. Halftime 28-21 Niners. I'm surprised these defenses aren't more stoic here, Chew. But I got to give it to the Niners for having some offensive effort because their big parlay is defense, right? The stingiest defense in the NFL. But how about the Browns beating the Steelers and setting up a winner-take-all in Pittsburgh next Sunday? That's flexed to a night game, June. That's going to probably be the most watched game of the year. The Ravens in Pittsburgh because of the bitter rivalry between these two cities. Yeah, they're playing in high gear. It's going to be next Sunday, prime time. The whole season comes down to one game. The winner takes it all. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's only 7. When I get into this standard time, it seems like time just crawls. When I'm in daylight savings time, it seems like it moves along at a right good clip. It's also because it gets dark early. It feels like, oh shit. Yeah, Bridget Bardot. She was all right, you know. She weren't no Raquel Welch, but she had her 5 minutes. Harvey, Rush, Art Bell, and the Great. Yeah, the greats are gone. That's it. Spring here is June. Mark your calendars for Valentine's Day. Usually the plum trees and the almond trees are in bloom. That's it. That's the time you can get outside and get some sun. Yeah, it's nice. So winter doesn't last long here, but the rainy season can stretch into April through mid-April. New life. So I got to go out tomorrow and cut the grass again and spray the trees again. I also have to take apart the hedge trimmer and find out what's going on with that. It'll be a good chance to sharpen the blades. You know, all 50 cutting blades. That's a job. So we got to break down that thing and figure out what's going on. That'll be a good hillbilly repair shop video. And then I think we're going to move ahead with vintage audio, but instead of being in the cold, I'm going to move that into the kitchen table so we can keep moving ahead. Do you spray all with the same stuff? I do. I use a copper sulfate solution. It's already pre-measured. You hook it up to your hose and you just spray it and it picks up the right concentration. You try to make sure the wind conditions are, you know, it's not going to blow on you or anything like that. Oh, Elmer, you figured that out, huh? Yeah, it's hot soup. Just like in Deutschland. They're souping. They're zooping. Oh, yeah, I've had this hedge trimmer for, this hedge trimmer cost me part of my finger. You can see it has an angle on it. It's cut that thing open like a hot dog on it in 3 spots. It took me, I still feel I don't have 100% of the feeling. And that was in 2012, 2011. You have so many nerve endings in your fingers. Oh, that was painful. Oh, man. Oh, that was painful. Oh, this soup is really coming along now. Makes me happy for tomorrow. We get an early start and get out there. Spray first and then wait till the sun comes up. Let the grass dry a little bit because we got rain coming back in. So if we want to have a good haul of fruits, like I've been picking off nice oranges, enjoying. I took some down to Southern California. Yeah. Going to be squeezing and juicing oranges for fresh orange juice. Yeah. We're slowly getting there. Nobody gets cheated on chicken with this. And I'll tell you, get that Costco chicken. What a good deal, man. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. We're trying to get to 100 tonight. That Costco chicken, it's already pre-seasoned. It's already been cooked. And it's only $4.99. And all you got to do is take 15 minutes to break that thing down. 10 to 15 minutes. And it chops up real nice. You could use that in chicken pot pies. Oh, it tastes really good, Judy. It's amazing. It's amazing. The lemons. I want to make like a lemon pudding. Yeah, they're amazing quality for the price, Delbert Grady. And not every chicken's the same size, so I try to find the scale to weigh it on. Like one's heavier than the other. You just can't grab any chicken in there. You want a broad-breasted job. Because once in a while they're starting to slip some scrawny chickens in there. Just like they tried to do me up on that crab. But I weren't having any of it. You know, they tried to foist that one crappy crab on me, and I ended up getting a free crab last night and returning the other one. You can't put one good crab in and one lousy crab and sell that to people. As soon as I felt that, as soon as I tried to take that shell off, I knew it was a paper thin shell. It was going to be a crab with no meat in it whatsoever. Now a lot of people said you cover this over, you don't refrigerate this overnight. No, the trick of good flavor, you cover this, you move this off the heat, you put the lid on it, you push it to the back of the stove, and you let that sit there overnight. And you go, oh, it'll get your... No, it won't. This is the way the Chinese have done stuff for thousands of years, okay? It is absolutely perfect. Then tomorrow, when it cools off, I serve myself breakfast, and I put the rest of the pot into the fridge. Every day I pull it out, take some, and then put it in. But letting it sit overnight off the heat just does amazing things to tenderize. Yes, I took the crab back today. And I got a refund for the whole package. Yeah, I'm not paying $30 for it. Yeah, that's the way I love to have hot soup for breakfast, especially when it's really cold like it is now. I like NorCal, 3 months, 3 seasons. Always have a pot of stock. I'm just saying, I lived there for years. Nobody had refrigeration. I never got sick once in China on anything. And let me tell you, I ate some pretty wild shit. No, it was a crab that had shed its shell to grow bigger. But they didn't have it fill up the shell, right? It was called a paper thin. The shell didn't even have time to set the new one and fill out with the meat, so I'm not going to pay for that. Costco has a you're not satisfied, bring it back policy. No questions asked. The woman didn't talk to me about it. She just asked for my Costco card. Looked it up yesterday. Said we're crediting your credit card $30. I'm not a crab person. How do you know that? How do you know what? I grew up in Maryland, on Chesapeake Bay, dude. The crabs are in my blood. You're talking about the state dish there. I lost I've been on a keto diet and you drop the weight fast. No, I don't. Just steak is boring. I have to have crab in my diet. There's no way I'm going to live my life. I don't care about lobster. Yeah, the meatless crab. It's fine, Judy, they're cool. Costco's great. You don't like something? There was a woman there that had a shopping cart with it looked like a 4x6 area rug. It's like, oh yeah, I bought this a year ago. I just don't like it. They didn't grill her. They didn't say, you dumb mother, right? They didn't. They just took that thing back. Mm. Mm. Those peas are tasty. Oh, this is really coming along good now. You can't maintain anything other than animal fats or unliking term. No, I'm not long term. No. But people that go on a meat diet do tremendously well. I don't miss carbs at all. Family dog dragging sack across it for me. Oh, shit. That is funny. Yeah, and she's standing there to return it. I mean, nobody's even rolling their eyes. Yeah, should demand quality for the. Yeah, I mean, it was a good deal because normally it's $20 a pound for crab. This was $9.99, but I understood their strategy was to get one kind of lousy crab and pair it with a good crab. That way you can sell them all for a profit. Well, he kind of backfired on them. Kind of backfired on them. So they ended up eating the bird on that. Not that they cared. I mean, you know, they're not going to bait you. I mean, who's going to schlep a crab back to the store? I had the crab there as evidence. Nobody poked it. Nobody touched it. Right. Well, thanks to Judy, I have Costco. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful also I met Judy in person. Fried soft shell bluegrass. It's really, really good, Delbert. Yeah, they'll get a lot of returns from people that some people will be like, I just had bad luck on that crab. Other people will be like, no, I'm not going to pay $30 for a single crab. And, you know, who in the hell can blame them? All right, in goes our pasta, which has already been pre-cooked. Be careful not to burn yourself when you drop that in. That really makes it a soup now. Look at that. Right, that's what really puts it over the top. Oh, yeah. That's what really does the job. Yeah, it should be quality, exactly. I think their specific strategy was to pair off. I think their specific strategy was to pair off one good and one bad. That was it. Let's see. Oh, damn. That mattress really did a number on me. We got a new pan here. I like Crisco Professional Pan Release. But I haven't seen that in the restaurant supply. I hope we get mail. We haven't had mail for... Why do the birds keep on singing? Why is my sack on fire? Ooh, don't say no. It's the end of the pork chop. We got some pork chops, $3 off. Reduced for quick sale. How can we resist that? Let's fire up a couple of these puppies. All right, and we got 2 more that we can have. Let's get a bag. Don't say no. It's the end of the world. If it doesn't fit, make it fit. Oh, Roosevelt, you were so authoritative and take control. I know something about love. All right, into the freezer this goes. Love, 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 love. Okay. Doobie doobie doo. Buddy be doo 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 doo. Buddy be boo 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 boo. Told me I must have you. Something in the night. Boo-boo-boo, Steelers and the Ravens for the whole ball of wax. Ooh. It's weird. You either win the division or you go home. Well, it didn't ban my stove. My stove was purchased in 2011 at considerable expense. Doobie doobie doo. Boo doo boo doo 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 doo. Our state's insane. You can have raging fires that take out half of a city. You can have volcanoes blowing off like crazy. And they're going to worry about stoves. I mean, make that make sense to me. That's because the inmates are in charge of the nut house. That's why. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The state is doing its best to destroy personal liberty. Yeah, indoor air pollution, really? Let me hide myself away. Told me I must have you. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. I enjoy cooking very much. Would I consider myself pro? Not anywhere near pro level. Would I consider myself a journeyman cook? Yes, I would. I would consider myself journeyman. In other words, I know all the factors that go into cooking. Do 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 do. This isn't chicken dope. Learn your meat, brother. You're intellectually deficient. Do 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 do. I hate to drop the hammer on you. What does it take to be a pro? I think you need to go to cooking school to do that. Snow expected to be here tonight after 10:40 p.m. Well, shit, June, it's 10:20 p.m. where you are now. Yeah, don't start none, won't be none. You always have a dope that just comes in that thinks he's going to commandeer the show. Only I must have you. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Strangers in the night, exchanging glances. We were strangers in the night. Ooh. Ba ba boo 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 boo. Let's take a look. La da de do do. Love was just a heart away, a warm embrace. Do 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 do. Ever since that night. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Told me I must have you. Oh, 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 oh. Ba 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 do. Do 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 do. Ba 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 boo. Ba 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 boo boo. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Like strangers in the night. Whoa. Strangers in the night. Temp just dropped 40 degrees. How about that? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. Ding dong, ding dong. Have a couple of cheers. Do 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 do. Ding dong. Do 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 do. Let that saute away a while. Over there. Temperature just dropped 40 degrees. All right, now this soup is done. You can see it's boiling. All we have to do is move it to the back, cover it, and that's it. That's going to be so delicious tomorrow. In the meantime, we have a beautiful rendition of pork Italiano here that we're going to be enjoying. Do do do. Da do 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 do. Do 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 do. Told me I must have you. Do 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 do. We can slide this across here. Bring our pan over here for better viewing. This over here. And we're all set. We got a 5-burner wok stove here. All right, here we go. You've never seen pork and tomato sauce. Wow. Pork frazzole. We're going to let that get some reduction. Yeah, it's a very, very expensive stove. I said if it's one thing I'm going to do, I'm going to have a good stove here. Haven't you ever seen pork roll Italiano? Man, pork is a huge part of the Italian diet. Oh, it's delicious. It's a Fisher Paykel. I wouldn't even want to know what it costs these days. So we're going to let that reduce some. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-do-ba-do-boo. Not many people eat goat. You know, it's not going to be top of menu for people. They make a braciole. Yeah, I've just enjoyed it. You don't have any kind of, you know, it's simple. There's not any digital readouts and all that crap except for time. You can set a timer if you want. This is for pro level cooking here. Goat is popular in the Philippines. So is balut. So we're letting this actually reduce here. This will intensify. Normally you could throw some onions in too. You could also throw a little bit of pasta in. Spaghetti on the side. It's just like being in old Italy again. If you remember the last time I was at Cindy Russo's, she made pork braciole for dinner, which is a pork roll with Italian sauce and everything. Yeah, no potatoes for me, but this is reducing down really nicely here. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button. Make sure that that's all cooked thoroughly. Using a stainless pan, it never scorches. It's just beautiful. Yeah, pork is very popular in Italian food. It's not mainline, but when you start getting into the sub cuisine, yeah, what brand is what? Boo ba doo ba doo, boo 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 boo. The pan, didn't you see my rescue? This was a roadside find, Ma Rich. Check the Rosie Murphy channel. You see how I recovered this, brought it into pristine condition again. This was found in a box on the side of the road. Copper bottom Revere pan. Absolutely the best pan I own right now. Yeah, you can see I was on a live stream. I'm walking along and holy crap. Revere. Very heavy bottom copper. The only copper bottom I have. And the pride of my whole collection. This baby out of here. Two of these delicious chops right here with the sauce. Oh man, that's it. Thank you, Lord, for what I am about to eat. Thank you. All right, let's get our knife and fork. Let's sit down and enjoy. Yeah, it's a really good Italian dish. I had it up at Cindy Russo's. It was delicious. I don't have a pork roll, but I think this will do all right. I think this will do just fine. Okay, let's get set here. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I'm guessing this is gonna be delicious here. I'm guessing that this is gonna be delicious. It's nicely done. Yeah, she was really busy over the holidays. That's really delicious. Really super delicious. You can tell I was out in the cold. Really excellent. All right, guys. Well, it's getting on to the witching hour for me. I want to thank you all for being here tonight. If you've not hit the thumbs up button, if you could please do so, it is very, very appreciated. I so appreciate everyone being here. Thank you for taking the time. Let's get ready and hope that 2026 is a great year. Today's the 28th. We don't have many more days left in the year. So good night, everybody. Enjoy. Thumbs up are appreciated. See everybody tomorrow. Thank you, moderators, for everything that you do.